Respect. 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 Respect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. It's ICC Under 19 Men's Qualifiers Division 2. And today is the day most of you have been waiting for, where Team Rwanda, the host, will be taking on Team Uganda. Team Rwanda, they have just lost one to Nigeria. And Team Uganda, they are looking forward to keep the dreams alive of going back home unbeaten. And joining me here at the surface of two captains, Jasper Nziza Karoro for Team Rwanda. Next team we have Daniel Rubangakene Alex for Team Uganda, and the match referee Julia Chibaba. And Team Rwanda, being the home team, they are going to flip the coin. Heads the call, and heads it is. Team Uganda, they have won the toss. Please, captain, what are you going to use this surface?
I want ball first.
Why bowling first? Previously, you have been batting first. Today, now you are going to bowl first. Why?
I want to restrict them below 150 runs.
All the best, captain.
Thank you.
Jasper, you have lost the toss. If you would have won the toss, what were you going to do first?
I'm going to bat first.
Batting first. We have seen your first game setting 400 runs on the board. You was the first team to set that. And previously, we have seen you even failing to post 100. Today, what is the plan?
Our plan is to set 250 and above. Yeah.
Any change in your playing 11?
Yeah. David is out. Samuel Ndaishimie is in.
All the best, captain.
Thank you.
That was it from the two captains. Team Uganda winning the toss and electing to bowl first, looking forward to restrict them below 150. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a day where cricket meets destiny. The stage is set, the flags are flying, the crowd is ready, and here in Rwanda, the host stands before one final challenge. It is the ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. And this is the final day, the final game. And for these young cricketers, a chance to write their names into history. On one side, Rwanda is the proud host. They have battled, they have fought, they have dreamed, and they have suffered just one defeat. But today, they face perhaps their greatest test. And standing in their way is Team Uganda, unbeaten, unshaken, and unbowed. Uganda have marched through this tournament without testing a defeat, but today they face a different kind of pressure, the pressure of expectations, the pressure of perfect records, and the pressure of host nation determined to finish its campaign in glory. And here on your screens, you can see the team list. Daniel Rwangakene for Uganda, the captain, Abrez Mil Ali, the Centurion, Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel, Hamid Munigwa, the economist Jackson Asiko, the economist Richard Sohera for you, the previous player of the match for Team Uganda, Robert Owili, batter number one in the tournament, Samuel Ahesubwe, Felix Ochani, another great pace bowler for you, Lali Elton Itagi, Leonard Rwangakene, that's the team list for Team Uganda for you. And for Team Rwanda, we have Jasper Nziza Karoro, the right-handed batter, the captain, Cedric Chuzuzo. And I forgot to say about Eric Leo Mukisa for Team Under 19. That's Jasper Nziza Karoro, the captain of Under 19 of Rwanda. Bruce Mugisha Izere, Cedric Chuzuzo, Eric Gihozo, Eric Hagenimana, Fabrice Kwizera, Jean Paul Rukundo, Onesme Kwizera, Samuel Rakoze, Gilles Mugisha, Gilbert Tangshaka, Samuel Neishimie. And the beautiful thing about cricket is that yesterday belongs to history, records belong to the past, and when the first ball is bowled, everything begins again. One team comes with the unbeaten record. One team come with home soil beneath its feet, but both teams come with the same dream to finish on the top and take one giant step closer to the under-19 World Cup. So Rwanda, Uganda, the stage is yours. The crowd is waiting. The players are ready. The tournament reaches its final chapter. One last game, one last battle, one last chance to make history. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rwanda. It's ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. Lally Elton Itagi. The man was just resting previously, but today he's the one with the fast ball. Here he goes. Trying, it's Cedric Chuzuzo, the man representing Rwanda with a blue jersey, starting off with positive language, same as Lally Elton Itagi. Another great rivalry here in Kigali, where the hosts are facing the unbeaten, the unshaken Uganda. Right on the money, a chance, and the chance is taken. The batter seems not to be convinced. Batter seems not to be understanding that, but it's Cedric Chuzo for you. Seems to be complaining. Umpires now gathering, meeting together, make the final decision. But the decision is made, and the jersey number 99, Cedric Chuzo for Team Rwanda, makes his way back to the dugout. Oh my lord, the beauty of Lally Elton Itagi starts now. Look at that. Great line, great length, just creating a chance to the man in the slip, couple of attempts, and catching that one on the fourth. It is not the third attempt. Team Uganda, they just want to keep their dreams alive of going back home unbeaten. Look at that. You can't get tired of that skill. Look at the celebration. They really knows what going back home unbeaten means. Larry Elton Itagi to continue. Team Rwanda, it was the first team to choose to bat first and the best team to set the highest score. But today, it is no longer the team with the highest score of the tournament. It's Team Nigeria. Always the teams which have managed to surpass the line of 400, they were all playing versus Team Mozambique. Lally Elton Itagi for the second delivery, and another great pitch of delivery. I'm telling you, we are about to witness one of the best game in the tournament. And it can be selfish. I can call it selfish to witness such lovely action alone when you just have your colleagues, your partners, and friends around. And of course, I will be with Ivan Sajabi, trying to go big and up in there. Is it going all the way to be a boundary? No, the outfield not being very friendly. And Jasper Karoro, the captain, goes off the mark with that great shot, trying to go for a boundary or a maximum, but it doesn't happen. What a positive start from Jasper. Ivan, good morning.
Good morning, Enoch. Good morning, viewers. It is another bright day here in Rwanda, Kigali. Happy that this tournament has not been affected by the rain. But in Tanzania, where there is the Challenge League B, many games have been disturbed by the rain. 2 runs for a loss of 1 wicket is where Rwanda stands at the moment. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first. A decision that shocked many, because many felt that maybe Uganda would win the toss and opt to bat first, put a total and try and challenge Rwanda. But again, the decision so far working out in their favor. Cedric Chuzuzo falling off the second delivery of the innings. And Rwanda now at 2 for 1. Larry Elton Itag rested the 2 games, did play against Ghana and he didn't play against Sierra Leone, but now he returns with some good pace. Final ball of the over. Use of the wrist, but it is straight to the fielder. Interested of taking off very quickly. Ziza just for Karoro, but sent back quickly by his partner, Fabrice Quizera, and the end of the over. 2 runs and a wicket in the first over, and the 2 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads as we come to the end of over number 1.
And as Team Rwanda playing against side like Uganda, which have the best batter of the tournament, Robert Owili, you have played 4 innings and have scored 234 runs, averaging 58. You just have to be very cautious of the amount of runs you're going to set on the board. Even the second batter in the tournament belongs to Uganda, Samuel Ahesibe, 4 innings and 180 runs, averaging 45. Even the fourth, Abdulrahman Ali, belongs to Uganda. Felix Ochani from the other end. And this has been the bowling partnership which have been doing miracles for Team Uganda. Previously, maybe it was just because they knew that the spinners, Richard Sohera, Hamid Munigwa, and even the medium pace bowler, Jackson Nasir, can do some great job. They have decided to put these two under the rest. They've just decided to make them rest because they knew the rivalry they were about to face. And today, they are back, Ivan.
Felix Ochani in the attack for Uganda. Not very convincing in the way he's playing that shot, Fabrice Quizera, but it will be a dot ball for Felix Ochani to start off his over. And when you look at the playing 11 for Team Uganda, they made 2 changes. Kasim Adam sitting out of that playing 11 alongside Kenneth Isiko. Whereas the players who returned, these two are opening the bowling. Larry Elton Itagi and Felix Ochan. Gets one which nips back, but it will be a dot ball. Good defensive approach there from Fabrice Quizera. He's bowling it stump to stump. Felix Ochani has ones that swing away and ones that nip back. So we'll be looking forward to making sure that he keeps the batter guessing. But a good start for Uganda. 2 for 1.
Team Uganda they have played 4, they have won 4. Team Nigeria played 4, and they have just lost 1 against Uganda. Team Rwanda playing 4, lost 1 against Nigeria. And again, all teams were just fighting to end in top 3 so that they can be promoted to Division 1, where they will be facing a giant challenge just to make one step into the World Cup. Felix Ochani doing some great job. Felix Ochani charging into Fabrice Quizera, who is not yet off the mark, playing another unconvincing shot, but at the end, runs are runs, and Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel doing some fine work at the square leg of just saving some runs for his side. Now Fabrice Quizera is off the mark with that single, allowing Jasper Nziza Karoro to come on the strike. You have seen the way Jasper have started trying to go for a maximum.
Plays one straight to the fielder, but I love the approach from Jasper Nziza. Every time he sees the ball and he's hitting arc, he goes hard. When you're blocking, block with soft hands, but when you decide to play, go hard. And when you look at the shot that got Fabrice Quizera off the mark, because the balls from Felix Ochan were angling in, he just made sure that he closes on his blade to put it into the gap at square leg and sneak for the run. But not a bad over for the Ugandans. A wide and a single make it 2 in the over so far. Trying to go leg side, but didn't make any timing. Just passes Akaroro, and it is another dot ball. He's been looking at trying to pick the length from Felix Ochan, but again, he is failing to pick it up nicely. Not sure what Rwanda would have done if they had won the toss. You were there, maybe you could see what Jasper thought if he had won the toss.
Felix Ochani charging in, missing the line again and offering a wide. Back to that point, Ivan, I can say that now they are all playing in their favor because the captain of Uganda, Luangakeni Alex Daniel, wanted to bowl first, restricting Rwanda under 150, and even Jasper wanted to bat first so that they can put 250 on the board. So now it's up to two captains to make sure that what they have said and the toss comes into the reality.
Yeah, interesting. Final ball of the over there from Ochan. Picked up very nicely by just passes Akaroro, and he'd posts it to the bunkers. Maximum first one in this innings, and it is Jasper Nzaza-Karoro who manages to send that one all the way for the first boundary of this game.
Jasper, the captain, leading from the front. Something I've noticed about Jasper is that he don't premeditate, saying that it's 50 overs, I just have to go slowly or slowly. So he just plays a ball like it came on the surface. If it's the right one to take on, he will. If he's just going to take a single, and I mean, if he's just about to drop and take a single, he's going to do that. He don't premeditate, and that's the right thing to do in this phase of the game.
Yeah, Larry Elton Itag returns for Uganda to bowl the third over. 11 runs for a loss of 1 after 2.1 overs is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. Both teams sealed qualification spots to the Division 1 qualifiers. But that is the replay of that maximum. He hits the ball backward of length. Felix Ochan giving Jasper Nzaza-Karoro all the time to swing through the line. And that one is deposited to the bunkers. It was a good looking shot there from Jasper. Uppish, but short of the fielder. Uganda, that is a bit risky there. He's gone for direct hit where it was unnecessary and it nearly costed his side of a run. Now, Fabrice Kuzula needs to keep his head a little down because you look at the way he was playing that shot, he somehow rose his head a little quick, managing that sky which didn't carry to the fielder. So to make sure that he sticks down, to make sure that he's playing it onto the surface.
Jasper Nzaza-Karoro trying to put his name into the pages, driving that one straight on the ground, but not quick enough to surpass that line. And Mr. Ivan, Robert Owiwi have been doing some great job for Team Uganda with the bat and even with the gloves, if I can say. Just doing some good jobs. If I can say, have not given many buys.
And when you look at that team for Uganda, they have another wicketkeeper in Ronald Rwanga-Keni. He is also a keeper option, but Robert Owiwi keeping the gloves throughout the tournament. That is up in the air. Does it go all the way? It has gone all the way, and it is the second maximum that we have seen in this innings. Fabrice Kwizera picking up that length very nicely, and he manages to take it over the long on area to pick up another maximum for Rwanda.
Well timed, but it's just the fantasy of just connecting. Because if you look at the way he really played that one, it seems like he just wanted to play it over the head of the fielder. But again, whenever you connect, make sure that you connect as you have been saying. If you are just blocking, block with soft hands. If you are going hard, make sure that you are going hard. And Laliel Tony Target come back. Fabrice Kwizera playing that one, if I can say with fear, because he was just placing the bat in the line of the ball while his body was just somehow away. Seems like he just wanted to survive that one.
The assistant coach for the Baby Cricket Cranes, Jonathan Sebanja, was a pace bowler back in his times. And one thing he doesn't love seeing is a pace bowler being hit for a maximum, because it means you've bowled a very bad delivery. At least let it get off the edge to the boundary. So he will be very unhappy with Larry Itag and Felix Ochan. But now he's adjusted the lines and he's picked up the dot balls. 6 runs in that over, and as we come to the end of over number 3, 17 for 1 is the score for Rwanda. And that's the dugout there right in your frame for Rwanda under 19. Bryson Bujingo, Anselmi Mugisha. I see the analyst there, Baptiste. And Landry Rurangwa, the development manager for Rwanda Cricket Association, but also helping on that technical staff with the Thioneste A Academy, working as the physiotherapist, and Eloik Erua, the team manager. Felix Ochan will be returning to bowl for Uganda. I think when you look at the current passage of play, these batters, Fabrice Kwizera and Jasper Zakaroro, have all loved the things that come quick to their bats. So maybe it is the time for Uganda to try and make sure that they use the slow bowlers to see if Jasper Zakaroro and Fabrice Kwizera can continue flexing the way they are doing at the moment. But again, when you look at the current bowling plan here now for the Ugandans, is they have now gotten the ball drifted away from the batters, and that's a very good plan. The outswingers mean that you need to make sure that you're moving your foot a lot to make sure that you access the ball. Third man and fine leg both in place for Felix Ochan. There's a slip fielder there. The sound is hard and the finger goes up right away. The outswing there from Felix. The outswing from Felix Ochan will give him his first wicket and the second one for Uganda. And it will be the captain, Jasper Zakaroro, to return to the heart.
If you look closely, if you look close, there was just slip in the place. It simply means that Ochan had a plan of allowing that Hamid Mnigwa to just have some catch in that position due to the way he was just bowling, the ball swinging, going out.
Uganda with another wicket here at the Gahanga main ground. Cedric Chuzuzo fell first, and he was followed by the captain Jasper Zakaroro. Both wickets that have fallen for Rwanda have fallen in similar fashion. So it clearly tells you that there is something that Rwanda is not doing right, maybe with the foot movement. Robert Oweri, the wicketkeeper, taking the catch on that occasion. The first catch at first slips was taken by Hamidu Munigwa. 17 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda as Onesime Kwizera joins Fabrice Kwizera at the crease. The names may look a little similar, but these two are not related anyway. And he has stuck on that same line. Felix Ochan, because he has a slip fielder in Hamidu Munigwa right in place, he's made sure that he continues angling away the balls from the batters. So as a batter, you're thinking maybe you're not capitalizing yet. It's a long game. So if you throw your bat around, you end up nipping one to the keeper. From the other ground, the Gahanga main ground, the Gahanga big ground, Nigeria wanted to selected to bat first against Sierra Leone. And 22 for no losses, the score after 3 overs. Picked up very nicely and sent all the way. Onesime Kwizera are lining up that one, and it will be the third maximum in the innings. He's gotten underneath the ball and he's just played it with the pace. Another boundary for Rwanda.
Felix Ochani offering some width, allowing Onesime Kwizera just to play safe, just like that. There was maybe we're just bowling to his own plan, because if you look close, there is a fine leg in the place. He just wanted to let Onesime Kwizera have some pull shots so that he can create a chance to the fielder at the fine leg. But Onesime picked that one well, and I just allowed him to go for that boundary, and without taking too long, it just went straight on the ground for another boundary. The captain could just see that one sailing all the way to the rope.
Yeah, that was a glorious shot. Driven through the cover area, and Onesime Kwizera has another boundary. Full access. Just making sure that he caresses it through covers. And now 2 boundaries there for Onesime Kwizera. Off the mark with the maximum, and he's picked up another boundary 4. That dot ball will release a bit of pressure from Felix Ochani and also bring the over to any end. 10 runs in that over. And as we come to the end of over number 4, 27 for a loss of 2 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. Fabrice Kwizera, Onesime Kwizera, the 2 at the crease. And Eliton Larry Itagi will return for Uganda. The plan always for Uganda has always been that Larry Elton Itagi and Felix Ochani both bowl the first ball throughout the first power play, the first turnovers of the innings. And now Itagi will be coming to bowl over number 5. Good figures for him, 1 for 8. And he starts off with the dot ball. And you look at the balls that have always been punished by Rwanda. These are the balls that are always getting back to the batter. But the balls that have given them wickets are the balls that go away from the batters. So it tells you that for these 2 opening bowlers for Uganda, Larry Elton Itagi and Felix Ochan, they need to make sure that the balls are going away from the batters. Because when he tried angling in one, Felix Ochan in the previous over, it was easier for Onesime Kwizera to get underneath the ball and just play it down towards fine leg all the way for a maximum. Then the receding ball was a bit full and right in the arc for driving. And Onesime Kwizera managed to oblige and drove that one through for another boundary. Still work to be done here for Uganda. Only for the wickets, 2 that are falling for Rwanda. But the runs they do have on board are not very bad. Because every time you're into the first part of the game, you're trying to make sure that you get about 40 runs. They already have 27, meaning they can get even closer to 50. Good line from Larry, and it is the 3rd dot ball in the over.
Team Uganda, they have started the qualifiers with a positive language, body language, and from that wicket taken in the very first place, Jos Pantiza came in just trying to catch up, and he tried to place his bat on that ball where he didn't get the connection he really wanted and created a chance to Robert Owidi. If I can say, they just have runs 27 after the loss of 2, just in 4 overs. About the scorecard, runs are there, score is good, but losing wicket just in a quick succession when you just have 50 overs to be played, around 46 overs to be played, it's not a good idea. You just have to make sure that you stay there for too long to protect your wickets. Look at the way he's playing that one.
And I tell you, Enoch, now you see for a long game like this one, a 50 overs game, it's not about who can hit the ball furthest or who can hit many boundaries. It is about playing in phases. You need to make sure that you come out with a target and say, maybe in the first 10 overs, we are targeting to have 50 runs without losing a wicket. Or maybe 40 without losing a wicket. It is not so bad. Because, fine, Fabrice and Onesime have all played on this ground. But every time that morning hour, the wicket always tends to be a little bit funny. So clearly, you need to make sure that you first play out the first hour. Play about 16 overs. If you start, the ball is coming to the bat, then you can start attacking. But you cannot start with an approach of attacking every ball. It puts your team in some sorts of pressure. And this has always been the issue for many of these young players playing 50 overs. They need to make sure that they are playing phases. Play the first 10 overs. Play the first 20. Get to the 30th over. Play the first 40 and then attack in the last 10. From the edge of the bat, but doesn't carry to the galley fielder, Richard Sohera. A half chance. Those ones win the game, but it will be a run for Rwanda. Sticking on the plan, Larry Elton Itagi, and he only concedes 1 in his 3rd over. 5 overs gone, and 28 for a loss of 2 is the score.
Right after saying it, Ivan, now the pace bowlers are being replaced as Jackson Isiku replaces Felix Ochan. Now the plan is to make sure that no partnership lasts here for too long, because Jackson is Asiku have been doing some good job for Team Uganda by picking up wickets, reducing runs, and imposing some pressure on the batters.
The difference between Felix Ochan and Jackson Asiku is that Jackson Asiku doesn't bowl that express pace, but he bowls the cutters. So if he sticks on the plan of bowling the cutters outside off stump, maybe he will do some magic here for Uganda. But he needs to make sure that he's not bowling it close to the batters, because Fabrice Kwizera and Onesime Kwizera, both of them have that ability to pick up the length and play down the ground. So Asiku needs to make sure that his cutters are being bowled away from the batters. And when you look at the field setup, there is Longo on and the third man. And again, it is a good plan for Uganda, because the batters for Rwanda have already shown you from the very start that they love pace on. So it is good to see that you bring on a player who can bowl the slowers, the cutters, and keep the batters guessing. A little into his arc and hit down the ground, but it will only be a single. Samuel Ahisi right in place, playing that shot a little, closing on his blade, but he manages to put it into the gap. Fabrice. Now, Asiku needs to ball it slightly away from the batters. He has a gully field over there. It's no slip for him in place. Working it round the corner, but straight to Ronald Rwanga at short, fine leg, and it is a dot ball. Because it was a pace of delivery, Onesime needed to use his power to play it. But because he just wanted to play a soft touch, using his wrist, picked up only a fielder. Another dot ball there for Asiku Jackson, sticking on the plan. He came into this game after picking 3 wickets in the previous game. And that will be called wide by the umpire. Jackson Asiku trying to bowl it close to that 50th stump, but it's gone out of the tram lines. Gets one angling in. And it is another dot ball. Final ball of the over from Jackson Asiku. Didn't time it well. It could have been caught at short. Fine leg, but it will be a single to end the over. 3 runs from that over. And as we come to the end of the 6th over, 31 for a loss of 2 is what Rwanda has on board.
Felix Ochani being replaced by Jackson Asiko, but Lally Elton Itagi comes back into the attack. Bowling straight on the stumps. Simply saying that if you miss, I hit. Now Nesme Kwizera will just have to play safe and cautious. And previously, we've seen the captain of Uganda, Daniel Rwangakeni Alex, who just tried to flick the ball, which was straight into the line of the stumps, and he missed and he went out. Now, Onesme Kwizera, if he tries the same thing or he just try to go across with those deliveries, which are coming straight to the stumps, I'm telling you, it's going to be sad ending. Lally Elton Itagi bowling nothing apart from those great pitch of deliveries, which are coming straight on the money.
Yeah, sometimes to win the trust of the coach, you must be a player who sticks on the plan. So Larry Itagi keeping everything outside off stump because that is the bowling plan for Uganda. From the edge of the bat, but into the gap, and it will be another run. Those are good balls there coming in from Larry Itagi. Because the coaches are always trying to tell these bowlers not to try so many things. Sometimes it's not how you come out and take many wickets, but sometimes things like any economy of a bowler comes into play. If one of the batters sticks on strike for about 5 deliveries, they start getting some bit of pressure, and that's how they end giving out their wickets. After some dot balls, many of the players start believing that maybe they are wasting resources for the team, yet it is a long game. We are into the 7th over, meaning after this over, there shall be more 43 overs to play. So many of these young players need to understand how you play a longer game, how you play the phases, how you just try and make sure that you stick around. Every time you even just hang around as a batter, you start frustrating the bowling team. You start forcing the bowlers to try out things. But when you show that you are in a rush, it always leads to your perish. It always leads you to perish. 9 of 18 for Fabrice Kwizera and 12 of 11 for Onesme. That one didn't carry, but it was clearly off the bat. Just fell short of Hamidu Munigo at first slips. He has already taken a catch there. A catch that dismissed Cedric Chuzuzo. So Kwizera Fabrice needs to be cautious. You need to make sure that you're moving close to the ball and presenting a full face of the bat, but not just throwing your bat in place. One more delivery remaining to end this over. And it is a dot ball. A good over for Uganda, 1 run in it. And as we come to the end of the 7th, 32 for a loss of 2 is the score.
Those are the fans coming from different places to support Rwanda. And Jackson comes back into the attack. Bowling right on the stance. That's what Jackson is doing. Nesme Kwizera is standing right there, looking very confident and focused. I will later see how long can he stay composed.
I think now what these two batters need to understand, Onesme Kwizera and Fabrice Kwizera, is that 2 wickets falling inside the first power play is quite many for a team. So they need to now change their thinking and try and hang around. Then first say, let us first play the first 15 overs, despite how many runs we'll be having on board. Let's first get off the fancy shots, and let's just hang around and see what happens. So Onesme there now starting to play calmly because he knows that it is a phase that they need to go through. He's gone hard but didn't make any timing. He's now getting off the plan. And this is what I told you, Enoch. This is what the dot balls do. Because he has faced 3 dot balls, Onesme, now his thinking is that maybe I have wasted resources, yet it is not the case at the moment. Even making the bowler tired and the fielding team is way good as per the plan. 50th dot ball in the over. Jackson Asiku gave away 3 runs in his first over. But now he's come back for his second. And he's stuck on a very good line and length. 1 more in the over. Played but straight to Devansh Patel. Oh, sorry, that is a Bryce Mirali. At mid off. And a maiden over for the Ugandans. 8 overs have been bowled here at the Gahanga main ground. And the scoreboard reads 32 for a loss of 2 after 8 overs. It's the final match day of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Division 2 qualifier happening here in Kigali, Rwanda. The 3 teams that will be leaving this qualifier to make it to Div 1 include Rwanda, Uganda, and Nigeria. Larry Elton Itagi is back into the attack for Uganda. Not hit convincingly. And the 3 teams that will leave this qualifier will join Namibia, Tanzania, and Kenya in the Division 1, and only 1 team will book a spot to the World Cup. The World Cup will happen in 2028 in Bangladesh. An opportunity for the emerging nations also to make it to the global stage. Back dots there for Larry Itaki to start off the 9th over. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first. That line, 4th stump line there into the area of uncertainty. Larry Itagi continues picking up dot balls here for Uganda. Very, very crucial in keeping Uganda in the game. Again. And now you see this is why the coach has taken Felix Ochan out of the attack, because Felix Ochan somehow was coming and bowling that good lane and length, the 4th stump line. But then because being younger, you love experimenting many things. He had resorted to the balls that were nipping back. And when you look at the last over that he bowled before he was taken out of the attack, Onesme Kwizera capitalized on 1 and sent it all the way for a maximum, and capitalized on the other and sent it through covers for 4. Trying to use his wrist, and the wicketkeeper there showing some good agility, chipping in the dive and cutting off the run. 5th dot ball in the over by Larry Itagi. He somehow went off the plan and nearly considered a run, but will be having a delivery to ball. It's been 11 deliveries without Rwanda scoring any run. 11 dot balls, and this will be the final ball to end the over. Dot ball, maiden over, back maiden is there for Uganda, and after 9 overs, 32-2 is what the scoreboard reads. But a shout out to the officials in this tournament. The tournament referee Julia Chibaba from Zimbabwe. The two umpires standing in this game. Foster Mtizwa, who also comes from Zimbabwe, standing alongside Olomide Akintokun from Nigeria. Whereas the third of this ongoing match is from Kenya, Isaac Oyeko, a friend to many in Uganda. And you clearly see people coming from the different walks of life and joining this tournament. Uganda has an umpire in this tournament, Patrick Makumbi Musoke. That is well timed. Getting underneath the ball, Kwizera Onesme, and he manages to deposit that one down to past deep square leg for a boundary. He's bowled one which angles in. There is an appeal and it is given by the umpire. Boundary and out. Kwizera Onesme trying to step forward for a drive, misses the ball. The umpire says it would have gone on to dislodge the furniture. Traps him LBW. The pace of delivery there working very much in his plan. And Jackson Asiku manages to rate his name on those that have picked up wickets in this game. The U19 team of Rwanda loses the third wicket, and the scoreboard reads 36-3. Samuel Irakoze is the new batter in for Rwanda. Samuel Irakoze has scored the most runs for Rwanda. He is the leading runs scorer for the team with 151 runs from 4 innings, and he has been averaging 50.33 runs every game. Samuel Irakoze. Now he makes his way to the middle. That is brilliant to see. It tells you more about why he is the leading runs scorer for the side. That's on top of the ball and just patches it down the ground, because he knows that in a 50 overs game, because a 50 overs game is not a game with too much pressure. You can grow yourself into the game. When you come to the end of this over, it will mean that you are remaining with more 40 overs. And those 40 overs present you another opportunity to capitalize and score more runs. Unfortunate for Rwanda that they have already lost 3 wickets inside the first power play. 36 for no loss would be very, very good for the side, but 36 for 3 means that Uganda got on top of you inside the power play. Final ball of the over, and it is a dot ball. End of the over and end of the first power play of this match. Rwanda is on 36 for a loss of 3 after the first 10 overs. And now in the next phase of the innings, Uganda will be allowed to have at least 4 fielders outside the 30. And it might be an opportunity to allow the spinners maybe come into the attack. But for now, it will be Larry Itagi to return. He bowled the maiden in his previous over. And because he has rested in the previous 2 games against Ghana and against Sierra Leone, it means that he has recovered pretty well and he can maybe continue pushing. He has already bowled 5, 6, 7 would not be bad for him. And maybe Felix Ochan will return later in the innings because sometimes when the ball keeps going tired, it starts reverse swinging for the seamers. Plays that one to mid wicket, but quickly sent back by his partner, and it is a dot ball for Larry Itagi.
Lally Elton Itagi charging in. There is Fabrice Squeezer on the strike. Flicking that one, sending it to fine leg, and it's found a boundary. It was just an unconvincing shot, but it raced all the way to the boundary.
And that's the problem of leaving the plan. When you saw the maiden over that Larry Itagi bowled, he was bowling everything outside off stump. Now, when he came back for this over, he's bowling everything to the pads. And that's why it was very, very easy for Fabrice Squeezer to send that one to the boundary. So Larry needs to make sure that he continues adjusting his lines. Again, around the corner, but it will only be a single. Ochan Felix still in the attack there for the Ugandans. Ball is it outside off stump? Sorry, it is Larry Itag. They are bowling it outside off stump and trying to play the cut shot. Samuel Iraq was but nowhere close to the ball. I didn't make any timing. Straight, as though he was trying to play it leg side. Samuel Irakoze, but he will take the single and get off the mark. After facing 6 deliveries, Irakoze Samuel manages to get off the mark. Another Irakoze who plays for the senior men's team of Rwanda. Kevin Kabale Irakoze. Final ball to end the over. Beating the outside edge of the blade, and it is a dot ball. End of the over, 11 gone, 42 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda under 19. And if you're just joining us, Uganda won the toss in this one and elected to bowl first. Now here they are.
Jackson back into the attack.
Not sure when we see the spinners coming in, ball for Uganda. Feel that maybe since the first power play is done and you can have 4 fielders outside, it might be time for them to test the spinners, because when you saw the spinners did the business for Uganda in that game against Sierra Leone, and this pitch a little slow compared to the previous times. Fine, they changed the wicket. They are not playing from the same wicket where Uganda played Sierra Leone from. But you need to make sure that you bring in the spinners to see if they can do for you the magic. Because Rwanda has lost already 3 wickets. So more 3-4 wickets here, you're into the tail. That one is hit away. A little angling in, and Samuel Irakoze manages to play it towards deep square leg to pick up another boundary for Rwanda.
"12 matches which have happened so far, 24 innings, and 6 countries, 6 nations in these qualifiers have just managed to score 4,094 runs. Bowlers doing very well, picking 200 wickets. But so far, amazingly, 552 extras have been bowled in these qualifiers, having 5 centuries and 12 half centuries, 600 partnership and 1950 partnership. Bowlers doing very well, not only picking those 200 wickets, but also bowling 114 maidens. 72 catches have been picked, driving that one straight into the hands of the bowler, but the bowler putting that one down. Back to the stats, bowlers doing very well, as I've been saying, just 3,462 deliveries. Well done. 67 sixes, hitting that one hard, but not hard enough. And Abraham Mil Ali doing some good work for Team Uganda. And you can't believe that throughout the qualifiers, 67 sixes were hit and the boundaries happened to be 401. Loud appeal, but umpire seems not to be convinced. And that's the way Jackson Asiku finishes things off. End of the over, number 12, 46 runs on the board after the loss of 3. Samuel Irakoze still in there, and Fabrice Kwizera still on the surface.
The ladies who play for the under-19 team of Rwanda are right at the bunker, donning that greenish, yellowish jersey. But there is a bowling change for the Ugandans, and it is Hamidu Munigwa who replaces Larry Itagi from the airport end. Hamidu Munigwa already brilliant in the field. He took the first catch that saw off Cedric Chizuzo off the second delivery of this innings, and now he has the ball. He doesn't try so many things. Using his wrist. And a bit of a misfield there. Chance for 2 runs. Chance for a run out. Rwanda will take the 2 runs. Not a good fielding display there from Ronald Rubangakeni at square leg. Beaten by the ball and didn't recover timely. In the end, Rwanda manages to pick up the double. But great use of the wrist there from Fabrice Kwizera. Working that one around the corner. Now tries to adjust the length and pitches it a little backward. Hamidu Munigwa. Again uses the wrist. And again takes the run. Fabrice Kwizera. He's shown that he's a good player of spin. Waits for the ball and plays it very, very late. And this is how you need to be sure that you're playing spin. A bit of a low stance. Wait for the ball and play it with the turn. Not against the turn. And that's how he has been capitalizing and picking up those 3 runs in that over. Interested in taking the run very quickly. Samuel Irakoze, but quickly sent back by his partner. And it is the second dot ball in the over by Hamid. 2 more to play in this over. floating it a little bit for Samuel Irakoze. Final delivery to wrap up the over. Left alone, and it is a dot ball. 3 runs in Hamidu Munigwa's first over. And as we come to the end of over number 13, 49 for a loss of 3 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. The current run rate for Rwanda is 3.77, but it is something that you can accelerate later on in the innings. After the 50th over, those overs that remain are for seeing the ball and hitting the ball. The projected score still reads 189. But I know if these two batters can hang around, they have a very big chance of making it 250, which was the projected target at the toss by the captain, Jesper Karoro. Asiku Jackson is back into the attack for Uganda. He starts off with a dot ball. That one just played behind the square towards deep square leg, but it will only be a single. Bringing up the 50 runs as team total for the Rwanda under-19 team. He played it late. Fabrice Squeezer waited for it all the way and managed to play it around. Apish straight to the hands of the fielder. Mir Ali Abrais with the catch, and Rwanda loses the 4th. Jackson Asuku picks up the 2nd wicket. And again, the havoc and the troubles continue for Rwanda as they do lose the 4th wicket. Kamle collected there at the mid-off area. He wanted to pick up the length. Samuel Irakoze, in the end, he picks up the waiting fielder. The catch is taken, and Samuel makes the way back to the hut. 50 for 4 after 13.3. Looked like a partnership growing for the under-19 team of Rwanda. But Uganda still finding a way of breaking that partnership. 4 wickets have fallen for Rwanda. Eric Hajenimana is the new batter in. And now, at the back of his head, Eric, he needs to be knowing that he will have to hang around and continue finding the runs for for Rwanda. Because 50 for 4 is not very good to see. They needed to get about 50 runs without losing a wicket. But now these two need to make sure that they lead in the rebuilding. Wickets falling around Fabrice Squeezer. He opened the batting alongside Cedric Chizuzo. Chizuzo fell first. He was followed by the captain, Jesper Karoro, who was followed by Onesime Kwizera. And the last one to go was Samuel Irakoze. Now the left-handed Eric Hajenmana is the new batter in to make sure that now he continues motoring on. Jackson Asiku, the fielders front of the square are all inside because he knows he'll be creating some bit of chances with his slow pitched balls. But he is having a fielder at third man, fine leg, and deep mid wicket. Having an extra fielder inside the 30 for the new batter to make sure that there is some bit of pressure coming in. It is now the current plan here for Uganda. Dot ball.
Players from Team Rwanda are just trying to stay so that they can build a long-lasting partnership. But the bowlers of Team Uganda looking forward to do otherwise. One team just have a dream of building partnership, and the other team has a plan of breaking those partnerships.
Squeezes it into the gap towards third man. And he'll get off the mark, Erika Hagenmana. The left-right combination now working in the favor of Rwanda. Uganda also has a left-handed batter in Richard Sohera, and he is in the playing 11. We will see him later on with the ball. He came into this game at the back of a player of match performance. Got one angling in, and it is well hit into the gap there to pick up another single. And that single will bring us to the end of the over. 14 overs have been bowled here at the Gahanga main ground, and 53 for 4 is the score.
Hamid Munigwa back into the attack. Now you just want to keep on the leg stump, swinging to the off stump. Right there. And Fabrice Kizera, the man who was there from the very first delivery, just trying at all cost to make sure that he stay there for many deliveries. Erika Jinmana standing on the other end, watching his partner Fabrice Kizera fighting every demon to make sure that he won't get dismissed. 2 more legal deliveries. We've seen a game where Hamid Munigwa along Richard Sohera have delivered 6 maidens just in one game.
Yeah, the most important thing for Hamid Munigwa is that he knows where to pitch the ball, and he keeps varying. That's why he continues picking up those dot balls for Uganda. He bowls his overs quickly, and he just sticks on the plan. Final ball. And it is a maiden over. 15 gone and 53 for 4 is the score. Something very, very important for these two batters currently at the crease for Rwanda, Fabrice Kwizera and Erika Hagenmana, is that they need to make sure that they continue grinding and hanging around to keep finding the runs. Asiku Jackson will be back into the attack for Uganda. Third man, fine leg, deep mid wicket, at the boundary. Starts off with a dot ball. He's had a good plan of bowling to the lefties. That ball which tries to a little angle away from them.
Having fine leg and third man in the place. Since the departure of Samuel Irakoze, the dugout of Uganda have been saying Webere, 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 simply means how the bowlers of Team Uganda are really, really doing very well, not allowing these young boys to build a good partnership, as we've been saying. The moment, if batters can just manage to stay there for too long, bowlers are now going to be frustrated. And if you can just make them frustrated, that's where the pressure comes in. And then now you can take the advantage of that pressure and make the most out of it. But things have shifted. Bowlers are dominating. Jackson Asiku, Fabrice Kwizera trying to drive but he's a young man, got no license to drive.
5 dot balls on trot for Jackson Aseko. And one more deliver remaining to end the over. Right into the block hole. And it is a dot ball to end the over. Back maiden is for Uganda. And after 16, 53 for a loss of 4 is the score. The general manager for Rwanda Cricket Association, Emmanuel Biringiro, sitting alongside Martin Ondeko, the events organizer for the International Cricket Council. Founding president for Rwanda Cricket Association, Charles Haber, right in that frame. But for now, it is Monigwa Hamid back. Tries to go for a sweep shot, but the umpire calls it wide. Not sure what they were appealing for, but Fostam Tizwa from Zimbabwe says that I've watched everything closely. He's not a very new man in Rwanda. He was here a few months ago as the umpire mentor during the Kwiboka Women's T20 International Tournament. Fostam Tizwa. Ahmed Manugwa getting off the plan and bowling that one a little full. It could have been hit anywhere on this ground, but they will only take a single. Coming round for the lefty. I beg your pardon. Coming left arm over for the lefty. For the lefty, the ball drifts away from him when Hamid is bowling, and for the righty, it will be somehow turning in. That one a little full there from Hamid, but Erika Hajenmana not capitalizing on it, and it will be a dot ball. Gets on one knee and hits that one. Typical left-hander shot. 3 men on the chase. And good fielding there to cut off the boundary. Eric will take a double for Rwanda. Jackson Aseko, Abraiz Miri, Ali Felix Ochan, all giving the ball a chase. But now Hamid needs to be cautious, because when you ball it close to the pads for the lefty, they can easily play that shot naturally. That slog sweep of sorts naturally. So you need to make sure that you're bowling it slightly away from them. One more to play in this over, and it will be a dot ball. End of the 17th, and 57 for 4 is what the scoreboard reads.
Asiku driving that one, but it's driven into the hands of the fielder at point. Fabrice Cruzeiro trying to go for a single, but thinking otherwise, but was actually a very, very risky run. Deep mid wicket in the place. Deep mid wicket in the place. Fine leg. Third man. And long on. Now I wonder, what's the plan for Jackson? Seems like he just want to create some room for Fabrice to go for a slog sweep. A risky run and a misfield by Divanch Kumal Ritesh Patel. Divansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel have had not a very good tournament so far. Right, well driven, and Eric Agenimana will go off the strike with that fine looking shot. Everyone is saying Dukore from Ugandan side. Into the block hole, and they will also sneak in another single. A misfield. The Nani striker is just trying to come back, but he couldn't. He can't reach. I'm telling you, it was just going to be a walking wicket. And Fabrice Quizera has have played so many deliveries, just 48 of 20. I mean, 22 of 48. He's now sharp and active. He's the one to create the right atmosphere for Team Rwanda. And that marks the end of over number 18. As Team Rwanda got 61 after the loss of 4 just in 18 overs.
We've come to the end of the drinks break and we are back for the action. 61 for a loss of 4 after 18 overs is what the scoreboard reads. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first in this game. Hamidu Munigwa will be returning into the attack for Uganda. Uppish, but safe. Somehow flicking. Somehow wanted to play the flicking shot there. Fabrice Kwizera, but didn't time the slower delivery from Hamidu Munigwa. He did not pick up any fielder. Another dot ball in the spell of Munigwa Hamid. From the IPRC ground, Mozambique won the toss and elected to bowl first, but they have to bat first, but they have been bowled out for just 56 runs by Ghana in 17.4 overs. Nigeria won the toss and elected to bat first against Sierra Leone, and Nigeria is 90 for a loss of 1 after 15.4 overs. Grinding on so well at the moment, Rwanda. Erika Hajenimana and Fabrice Kwizera are continuing to find the runs for Rwanda. Look at this game so far. Uganda has bowled 4 maiden overs. 1 for Larry Elton Itagi, another for Hamid Munigwa, and 2 for Asiku Jackson. 19 overs have been bowled here at the Gahanga main ground, and 64 for 4 is the score. Uganda making a bowling change there, and it is Felix Ochan who returns. He bowled 2 overs, conceded 19, and picked up a single wicket. Very expensive in his spell. An economy of 9.50, but now he comes back to replace Asiku Jackson. Spin on one end and pace on the other end. He starts off with a dot ball. Because the ball is starting to wear out, you need to make sure that you bring back your seamers to try and look for those reverse swinging deliveries. He's good with the outswing, but when he bowls the in-swinger, he always picks up the wickets. Felix Ochan. Back dot balls there for Ochan Felix.
Spinners and Asiko just doing good, but the captain had some plans. As we've seen, they just don't want Team Rwanda to build any long-lasting partnership. Now they have brought their premier bowler to make sure that it brings a breakthrough, and that's well hit and it's driven just for a single. Fabrice Kwizera allowing Erika Genimana to come back on the strike, and here, at least if they can just manage to convert those dot deliveries into singles and singles and singles, they just make sure that the ball keep ticking and the strike the strike rotation is kept alive. Things can be different. Felix Ochan very close to leave some history here in Rwanda. A risky run, but the fielders are just very, very, very close to Clyde, and Jackson is not happy with that. But in the end, Mr. Ivan, the captain of Team Uganda, being very, very positive in the field, off the field, on this, I mean, at the toss, even at the post-match presentation, is one of the captains that I've seen this tournament being very, very positive. Even after that argument, he's now telling everyone to calm down.
Yeah, the coach has always been preaching to them that Uganda doesn't belong here. So it has gone into their head, and now they are breathing it. The Ugandan team feels it is a team that is supposed to restore glory for Uganda. 3 World Cup appearances that they do have. The under-19 team of Uganda, the Baby Cricket Cranes, qualified for the first World Cup in 2004 in Dhaka, Bangladesh. The second in 2006 in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and the most recent one was in 2022. So all these players believe that yes, they can bring back Uganda to glory. And it is important to the fielders to not make sure that they continue to blame each other, because every time you pick yourself up, know what is gone is gone. You stand a very big chance of sticking together, because cricket is a team sport. It may not be too much of individual brilliance alone that helps the team to win. So sometimes if your partners or colleagues make a mistake, because these are young players, and you keep blaming it on them all the time, you make them lose focus, you make them demoralized. You need to make sure that you lift yourself up every time. And that's what the captain always tries to do. He's known the plan for the coaches, and he's always made sure that it is what he sticks on. But we've come to the end of the 20th over. More 30 overs remaining in this game, and the score is 67 for a loss of 4.
Munigwa Hamid is back into the attack. Fabrice Kwizera on the strike. Just trying to get a single. But fielders being very, very, very close. The batters, a mistake. You're going to see run out here.
Yeah, the only issue of those risky calls, in the end, you end up perishing. So Fabrice Kwizera and Henrique Agenimana needs to make sure that they keep cautious. Now Uganda are not finding the wickets, but they are bowling very, very quickly and picking up the dirty balls. We might be seeing Richard Sohera also come into the attack for Uganda. And every time Richard Sohera is bowling in tandem with Hamidu Munigwa, they always bowl quickly. They need to make sure that they keep the batters in, but not give them a second thought. There's an appeal, and it is given by the umpire. He wanted to use his wrist. Fabrice Kwizera, in the end, missed the ball. And the umpire says that could have gone on to hit the wickets. Hamidu Munigwa with his first wicket. And Uganda picks up the 50th. 67 for 5 after 20.4 is what the board will read for Rwanda. That's the replay there. Planted his foot a little early, but again, when he wanted to flick it down to leg side, didn't make timing. For Tizwa saying that can go on and hit the stumps. Leg stump maybe. And raises up the finger right away. There was a growing partnership between Erika Hajanimana and Fabrice Kwizera. But Fabrice opening the batting for Rwanda and playing a long reliever role. He stuck in for some time. He had started rotating and grinding well for Rwanda. But unfortunately, he's perished. He made a good contribution for the under-19 team of Rwanda. He scored 26 of 59. but he makes his way to the hut, and Elise Gihozo is the new batter in for Rwanda. Wicket maiden over from Hamidu Munigwa. And as we come to the end of over number 21, 67 for a loss of 5 is what the scoreboard reads for the hosts, Rwanda. Change for Uganda. Bowling change for Uganda. Richard Sohera into the attack to replace Felix Ochan. And he starts off with the dot ball. Now Uganda will try to make sure that they bowl these overs as quickly as possible. Two spinners to bowl in tandem. Hit a little uppish. Erika Jedimana starting to lose his anger. But he didn't time on that one. He needs to be cautious and keep calm to make sure that he keeps grinding on for Rwanda. Good fielding there from Ronald Rubangakini. The ball looked to be spinning away from him, but he's read it very nicely. And he's picked up the ball well to keep it to another dotty ball. Well timed. And he will take a single, Eric Hagenimana. He's using only two fielders outside the 30. Richard Sohera, Longo On and Kaokona, Asiku and Haisibwe. But it is another dot ball in the over there from Sohera Richard. Looking to bowl his over pretty fast, but not giving anything away to the batting side. Full toss, straight to the hands of the fielder and taken on the second chance, Felix Ochan, and the run alone tells you how important the wicket it is for Rwanda. A bad ball from Richard Sohera will give him the wicket, and Uganda celebrate the 60th. First one for Richard Sohera, but Rwanda loses the 60th. 68 for 6 after 22 overs is what the scoreboard reads at the moment.
Felix Ochan, who looks very, very innocent. You can't believe that he can just do such acrobatic moves. Look at that. On the second attempt, diving forward and grabbing the flying opportunity. Eric Ajimana, who have been here for 23 deliveries. Eric Ajimana, who have been here for 23 deliveries and have only scored 7. He's now starting to get frustrated. Standing on the other side, watching his colleagues collapsing. And the new batter in, Bruce Mugisha Izere. Richard Sohera trying to get things done. And on the last delivery of his over, he picks up a wicket. It was just a loose delivery, but blessings has been following this young man. And Hamid Munigwa comes back into the attack, starting off with a dot delivery.
Yeah, sometimes as a batter, when you see a full toss, you feel that it is a ball to punish. Clearly, the plan wasn't so bad there for the batter, but again, he just didn't manage to take it over the head of the fielder and catch it up in the air. And the first attempt, Felix Ochan didn't manage to come down and get the catch. Bruce Mugisha is the new batter in for Rwanda. But I tell you, one of the good things that Uganda has been doing, they have been putting an all-round brilliant display in terms of bowling, fielding, and batting. And that's why they remain the only unbeaten side so far in the tournament. Maybe a game not going in the plan for Rwanda, but these are said to know each other a bit, because a few months ago, the under-19 team of Rwanda visited Kampala, and from Entebbe Cricket Ground, they played a few games against this side. So these two teams might be knowing a thing or two on what the opponent will be doing. And that's why it had to be a very tight context. But Rwanda in some trouble at the moment, because after 23 overs, they are 69 for 6.
Sohera is back into the attack after giving just one run and picking up one wicket of Eliza is right back. And I think Ajenimana Eric can be aware of the threat he's facing. One of the economist bowler. Actually, he's the best in the tournament with the economy of 1.8, and on the bowling card, he's bowler number 7, played 4 innings, picked up 8 wickets, and with the economy of 1.8 and plus this wicket, it makes it 9 wickets. Goes for a biggie, pulling that one all the way to the leg side where there was no fielder, and that happens to be a boundary. Eric Ajinimano was just trying a lot of things. Finally, he found the right area, and it's a boundary.
Yeah, 2 shot there from Richard Sohera, giving the left-handed batter Eric Hajedmana all the time to pull that one away for 4 runs. Now Sohera needs to adjust the lane and make sure that he bowls it a little closer to the batter. Places it into the gap, and a half-hearted effort there from Ronald Lubanga Kenny will give Rwanda a double. Some good running between the wickets there, Erika Hajerimana and Brice Mugisha Izere. End of the over, 24 gone, and 7-5 for 6 is the score. Munigwa Hamidu is back into the attack for Uganda. Onduga Hamid, good figures. He has so far bowled 6.3 overs, 2 maidens. He's conceded 11 runs, and he's picked up a single wicket. An economy of 1.69. Not only is he bowling quick, but he is also hitting the good lines and lengths, not giving the batters any chance to find runs off his deliveries. Five dead balls on trot and one more to play in this over. Dot ball to end the over. Third maiden for Hamidu Munigwa. And as we come to the halfway mark of the first innings of this game, 75 for a loss of 6 is the current score here at the Gahanga main ground. It is the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup Africa Division 2 qualifier happening here in Kigali, Rwanda. Bowling change for Uganda. You may start feeling that when you consider boundary, they take you out of the attack. Fexochan considered the 2, and he was replaced by Asiku. Now, previously, Richard Sohera bowled 1 shot and he was hit the other side for 4 at deep mid wicket, and he has now been replaced by Jackson Asiku. 75 for 6. Asiku coming right arm over for the lefty. Good use of the wrist there. Good tap from Herik Hajenmana. It's a single there taken for Rwanda.
Back to that point about being hit a boundary and being replaced. The captain at the toss have said that they are looking forward to restrict Rwanda below 150. It clearly shows that the captain is serious about restricting Rwanda below 150, because anyone who's just offering some starting off with the next round. Yeah, into over number 26, just halfway there. Right on the stumps and into the block hole. Robert Owili, who is very, very, very close to go back with the trophy of the best batter of the qualifiers. And even Richard Sohera stands a very, very big chance of going back as the MVP of these qualifiers.
Yeah, it tells you so much on how Robert Oily has been so good with the bat in his hands. There is an appeal and it is given by the umpire. Dead plum. Bruce Mugisha Izere shuffled across the stumps and he was standing right at middle stump. Wanted to play it leg side and didn't make timing. Jackson Asiku with the 3rd wicket in the match. Rwanda loses the 7th. 77 for 7 is the score after 25.5 as Bruce Mugisha Izere makes his way back to the heart of Rwanda.
Look at that, just trying to flick it into the leg side, and we've been talking about this previously in the previous game that Team Uganda have played. That's how the captain got out, Daniel Wangakene Alex. Now Bruce Izere is back to the dugout as Jean-Paul Rukundo marks his way on to the surface. Team Uganda not allowing Team Rwanda to have any long-lasting partnership, Ivan.
Yeah, they have gotten a way of breaking partnerships and it's now working in their favor. Jean-Paul Rukundo, a well-known bowler, but will now make his way to the middle to put some bit of runs, find a few, and make sure that when he comes back to bowl, he has something to bowl at. Rukundo. Final ball to end the over. Sorry, it is not the final ball. There is still a delivery to play in this over. But a good over for the Ugandan is two runs up front in the over. A maiden on the fourth delivery of the over. And now Jackson Aseko to bowl the final delivery to end this over. Tries to cut, but doesn't time it well, and it is a dot ball. End of the over, 26 gone, and 77 for 7 is the score. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first in this game. Picked up early wickets, and they have made sure that they keep Rwanda on the back foot throughout the entire match. Change of bowling sides for Richard Sohera. He now goes and replaces Hamidu Munigwa from the new airport end. The man with the yellow headband, Richard Sohera. He has many of those headbands, Enoch. Sometimes he wears the red one. If the team is having practice games and is wearing red. And now, because the team is wearing yellow, he shows off with that yellow headband. Brilliant. There, putting his body down and making sure that he doesn't allow that one to go anywhere. Richard Sohera cutting off the run and starts off the over with a dot ball. Somehow closing in on his blade, but he again picks up the fielder, Aseko Jackson, at mid-wicket. 15 of 34, Eric Hagenmana. Some with it to cut, but that's it down to longer off. Despite a fumble there from Larry Itagi, they'll only take a single. Richard Sohera trying many things at the moment instead of sticking on one thing which is working out for him. For the right-handed batter, there is deep mid-wicket, longer on and longer off in place. The first field is inside the 30 to make sure that there is more pressure being exerted to these two batters. From the edge of the bat, and the dive from Felix Ochan, not enough. That goes all the way to the boundary. The boundary will carry Rwanda into the 80s. And it will get Paul Rukundo off the mark.
Look at that. Felix Ochani trying to flex in that position, but the ball was very fast. Back to back edges, and they are all going to the boundary. Jean-Paul Rukundo, what a way to go off the mark.
And when you look at what Jean-Paul Rukundo was trying to do is to play the ball late, and it has momentarily worked out for him.
Look at that, just trying to make sure that his blade touches the ball. Richard Sohera now being a victim of his own good bowling. Now he's attacking stumps straight. And that marks the end of over number 27. And those are the groundsmen. That's the groundman staff. The one who makes sure that ground is safe and is taken care. Asiku. That's well driven and well hit, but it's just hit, not connected enough to be the thing they really wanted it to be. Tapping on that one, sending between two fielders, just the captain and Samuel Ahersibe. And will just be a single. Middle and mid off in the place. Playing that one up in there, but over the head of the fielder, and it will be another single coming in the place. Now what Rwanda is doing well is that they're making sure that dot deliveries are being reduced, just because now they are getting boundaries and even singles. Even though those boundaries cannot come in the place, you just have to make sure that singles will be in the place. Because otherwise, if you just post decent total, a low total, Team Uganda without a station, they're just going to come and finish it in very, very few overs. There is a sound of the bat and finger goes up. Look at the celebration. Jackson Asiku showing the batter his way back to the pavilion. It's like, do you know where pavilion is? Please go way back.
Yeah, from the edge of the bat, and the man who has been putting some bit of resistance, the left-hander Erika Hajenimana, will have to depart. It is the 4th wicket for Jackson Asiku and the 8th for the team. From the inside edge of the blade, nearly squandered away by the wicketkeeper Robert Owili, but on the second attempt he gets hold onto it. 88 for a loss of 8 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. A wicket here will help Jackson Asiku to pick up the FIFA and the second FIFA in the tournament, because there was already a FIFA by the Nigerian bowler, by the Sierra Leonean player. The player who picked up the first FIFA of the tournament from Sierra Leone is Alia Kamara. Sometimes shows out as a wicket keeper, but later on he turns up with the ball and does the magic. $88 for 8 after 27.5 overs is what the scoreboard reads here at the Gahanga main ground. Uganda has won the toss and elected to bowl first, but they have taken care of good business. Samuel Ndaishimi is the new batter in for Rwanda. That ball ended the over, but a good over for Uganda. 2 runs in it and a wicket. 88 for 8 is the score after 28 overs. A bowling change there being taken by the Ugandans to try and kill off the game. Larry Itagi replaces Richard Sohera from the airport end. Uganda properly into the tail for Rwanda. Wicket Larry Itagi returns into the attack and he goes into the wickets column right away. The 9th one for Rwanda goes. The pace bowler Ja Paul Rukundo gets a taste of his own medicine. Larry Itagi with the 2nd wicket and Uganda with the 9th, but that's the ball. The ball angling in, was not sure whether to leave or to play. In the end, he expresses his timber. Larry rearranges it and Rwanda loses the 9th. 28.1 overs gone and 88 for 9 is the score. The last batter will now make his way from the dugout of Rwanda. Gilles Mugisha, a young brother to Giselle Ishimwe, player for the senior women's team of Rwanda. And Umubie Gisline is the coach for the women's under 19 team of Rwanda. Now Gilles Mugisha with work to do, but Uganda a wicket away from wrapping up the first innings of the game. 88 for 9. The innings for Rwanda have clearly failed to take off. It's wide, not a very good ball to bowl at the moment of the game. The first ball that he bowled in the over was a good one, bowling the in swing and keeping the wickets in check. But again, he's gone down the leg and it is wide, taking Rwanda into the 90s. Sorry, taking Rwanda to 89. I always hear the manager for Uganda, Rokan Sylvester, telling the players that when you get a chance to kill off the game, kill it off quickly. Fine, Mugisha's always been playing some cabins for Rwanda. But you feel that the batters, top order batters for Rwanda have failed to do the job and they have left everything to the bowlers. There are some players who have a good technique, players like Onesme Kwizera, Jesper Nziza. If they came with it in their head that let us go and grind, Rwanda would have gotten maybe close to 100 runs. And 200 runs at this ground and in these conditions, it is something that you can bowl at. But they have given out their wickets a little easy. 2 sixes here, they got excited and they kept on tumbling. So they need to make sure that they adjust the type of cricket that they play, because if this is how they are going to play in Div 1, they will go and they will return. You need to make sure that you play your entire phase. If Uganda gets a wicket right now and wraps up the innings, it means Rwanda will have left over 20 overs in this innings. Yet if they had stuck around, you can even bowl, I always tell players, you can even play a whole 10 overs of maidens. But what this over means is that it gets you into the game as batters, and it also makes the fielding team frustrated. But now clearly, Samuel Ndaishimie and Mugisha may not be in position to play all the remaining about 21 overs. Up in the air, there is a waiting fielder. Felix Ochan takes the 2nd catch in the game. Larry Itagi gets the 3rd wicket. Typical tailor end batting approach. See ball, hit ball. Mugisha will go without adding any runs onto the board for Rwanda. And Rwanda men's under 19 team all out for just 89 runs. That's the replay. Bowled a little into the surface. Gilles, thinking he could pull it away, manages the edge of the bat, and the celebration from Ochan will tell you that the innings have come to an end. Rwanda all out in 28.4 overs.
Which simply means that Uganda under 19 men's will need 90 runs in 300 deliveries. Cedric Chizuzo, who didn't contribute anything. Fabrice Kwizera, the big name for Team Rwanda so far, 26 off 60. Those are partnerships. Jasper Nziza along with Fabrice Kwizera, Onesme Kwizera, again Fabrice Kwizera, 19 off 36. Onesme contributing 16 of 19. Samuel Rakoze along with Fabrice Kwizera putting 14 of 25. Eric Aginimana with Fabrice Kwizera 17 of 44. Uganda being very, very clever and expensive, just bowling 8 extras. Danny Elton bowling around 7 overs and picking up 3 wickets. And with the economy of 2.5, Felix Ochani picking up 1 wicket, conceded 22 runs. Jackson Asiku, 9 overs, 41.23 runs, picking up 4 wickets. And Hamid Munigwa, 1 wicket. Richard Sohera, 1 wicket. And that's it for the very first innings. It's ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. Team Uganda winning the toss and opting to bowl first, looking forward to restrict Team Rwanda below 109.50, and they have really achieved it. Now let us see the way they are going to chase this score of 90 in 50 overs. Stay tuned. We'll be back for the very second innings.
Respect. 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 Respect.
We are right back for the run chase as Team Rwanda is taking on Team Uganda. Team Rwanda under 19 men's. They have lost the toss in the morning, being sent in to our bat first. But I've talked to the captain, and the captain have said that things have went in our favor. We also wanted to bat first. And unfortunately, they have just set 89 runs after the loss of 10 in 28.4 overs. And the Uganda under 19 men's needs 90 runs just in 50 overs, simply 300 deliveries. It's ICC under 19 men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. Now everyone is making his way to the surface as the two batters, they are already on the surface. Samuel Hasibwe along with Leonard Rubangakene. The captain have told me at the toss that they have just lost one and they are not going to lose another. But they have said that because he knew and he believed that they are going to set 250 runs plus. And then unfortunately, they didn't even get into triple digit. Fast delivery is coming on for the run chase. Here we goes, loud appeal, and the umpire nods his head, saying that it's not out. The bowler.
Yeah, but when you clearly hear that one, Enoch, there were two sounds, bat and pad. So maybe from the bat to the pad. But it was a very, very good bowling plan there for Uganda. I mean, for Rwanda, making sure that he bowls stump to stump and make sure that, because they're not working with so many runs. So if you're not defending many runs, you don't need to give out extras. You need to make sure that you keep bowling that good line.
Oh my lord, look at that swing. That ball beating the batter and the wicket keeper, and it was just running nearly to be a boundary. While a start from Team Rwanda.
Yeah, sharp in the swinger there coming in from Japo Rukundo, beating them completely, but they will run and pick up and pick up one by run. Samuel Ahisewe and Ronald Ruban Kenny. And this has been a good bowling plan so far for Rukundo because he's made sure that everything he bowls it stump to stump.
Third man in the place. And there is short fine leg. Oh, it's a nick, and that will race all the way to the boundary. Chase is on, but I'm sure it will be a boundary. The first one of the innings comes up.
Yeah, it was a good shape there from Ronald Lubanga Kenny. And he didn't play it with too much control because as though he was going to block. Look at that. But from the inside edge of the bat, the ball ran this to the boundary. He had gone to block, but the ball getting onto the inside edge and it ran this to the boundary. Now Uganda picks up the first boundary in this run chase. But this has been some good bowling plan from Rukundo. Everything he's bowled has been within the stump area.
But back to the shape. You've seen the way in the very first innings, Jules Mugisha tried to go for a pull, but his shape wasn't good, and it resulted into a catch. Even Cedric Chuzuzo. So if you can just maintain a good shape, even though you can't connect, but it's always going to give you some positive results.
For the people that I can't fault for the slightly few runs that Rwanda has posted, Jules Mugisha cannot be one of them because it was the work of the batters, top order batters, to make sure that they do the job. So by the time Mugisha came, of course, we were thinking of bowlers. Fine, there are some bowlers who can find 4 runs, but being a young man with his just improving in his trade, he clearly thought maybe the ball was in the arc for pulling, lost his shape and gave away the wicket. But it's not something you can blame him on. Academy Thioneste is on ground, making sure that he gives some bit of medical attention to Samuel Irakoze. And the way I'm seeing as though Samuel Irakoze is walking off to go and receive further medical assistance from the physiotherapist of Rwanda, Thioneste Academy. And we will be seeing the substitute fielder walking on to come and do fielding. Should be Gilbert Tangishaka, who walks on to momentarily replace Irakoze Samuel.
Taking that one, and some sort of good fielding.
You look at that shot there from Ronald Rubanga Kenny. The ball hung in the air for some time, just that it did not carry to the fielder, and he managed to put it into that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Jean-Paul Rukundo delivering good length and good lines. But back in days, in the very beginning of these qualifiers, I've talked to the captain of Team Uganda, asking him, why is your players not picking those loose deliveries and go for biggies? And he said, this is ODI. We know how to do it. And Samuel trying to step out so that he can just find his way to go off the mark. But again, he can't go off the mark. And that's the end of over number 1. 6 runs on the board without loss. It's Team Uganda versus Team Rwanda.
And not a bad over for Uganda. And now you see, when you're playing a longer game, a 50 overs game, you don't have to try so many things. You just need to try and make sure that you stick on the simple things that will work out for you as a team. Uganda might not be chasing many runs. They need only 8 runs to win. But I tell you, they will try and make sure that they stick on their processes. Their processes are as follows. Try and make sure that you see off the shine of the new ball. Try and make sure that you play the first 15 overs. If you have not lost a wicket, then we can see what we do have. And the target in those about first 10 overs is to have maybe 10 runs. The spinner will be coming into the attack for Rwanda from the side of the airport, and it is Cedric Chizuzo. He picked up some wickets when the team came to Uganda, and now he's come into the attack. Rwanda now with the plan of using a spinner at one end and a seamer at the other.
Using pace bowler and a spinner, Gihozo comes into the attack, flicking that one into the leg side region. No misfield, no fumble. Picking it once and sending it immediately to the keeping zone. Gihozo is just trying to keep it short and finishes his overs as fast as possible. Gihozo Irize and the Samuel Resigwe going off the mark with that sweep shot after facing 6 deliveries.
Yeah, despite Samuel Ismail getting off the mark with that sweep shot, but the coach will not be happy with that because the coach is always emphasizing players playing the conventional shots, and you cannot be sweeping early in the innings. You can easily give out your wicket, and that is good to see there from Ronald Rwanga Kenny. And that's more like it, more like something the coach would love to see from his boys. They weighed in the over. You don't have to give away so many extras if you're not defending many runs. Full access and a glorious on drive from Rwanga Kenny Ronald to give him another single. Final delivery to end the over, but he will have to bowl it again because that is a wide from Cedric Chizuzo. It's bat and pad. End of the over. 4 runs in that over. I beg your pardon, 5 runs in the over. Uganda needs 79 from 288 balls.
Jean-Paul Kundo is back in the attack. That's a full toss and it's a loose delivery and it's pulled all the way to the boundary just as quick as an arrow.
You're not sure what he was trying on that occasion, but it is well picked up there by Ronald Rwanga Kenny, and he deposits all the way to the boundary. You need to make sure that you're picking you're making the ball pitch so that it is not easily picked up by the batters.
Look at that solid defensive looking shot from Ronald Rwangakene. The man have not had like best innings in these qualifiers, but it seems like today he just want to finish everything on his own. Into the block hole again, and some sort of approach from dugout of Team Uganda. Everyone is saying enjoy as they have more 47.3 overs to be played. Flicking that one straight to the fine leg, and it will be another single.
Yeah, one thing that Ronald Rwangakene has not done convincingly in this game is closing the ball with the full face of the bat. He's somehow getting to the pitch of the ball, but again, you need to make sure that you're going there full face. But we'll be happy that somehow the balls that are angling in from Japo Rukundo are not going to his furniture.
Played away with power, and it's just found the man Ishida Mugisha in the place. Just proper guidance and proper placement. First chances put down by Samuel Ahasibge. He's 2 of 8. The man can do some damage. We have seen it. He's one of the players who have had a successful tournament. Loud appeal and straight as an arrow. Leonard Rubangakene was just trying to come back so that can just deliver some runs for his side. The shape was good, but just the ball was angling in.
Yeah, good ball there from Cedric Chizuzo. The ball angling in, as you see there from your frame. Ronald Rwangakene going to block, but he misses. And it is the first wicket that falls for Uganda. 18 for 1 as Cedric Chizuzo puts his name into the wickets column. Ronald, I beg your pardon, there's a bowling change there. It is Elisa Gihozo who replaces Cedric Chizuzo. And he picks up the wicket right away. 13 of 11 for Rwangakene as he departs, dejected. And you see it there from his walk. Bresmir Ali, one of the two centurions for Uganda, makes his way to the middle.
Uganda loses their first. As Team Rwanda, they are just fighting and trying the best they can do to see if they can defend the total they have set. But Yozo losing the line and bowling wide. Great work by Yozo. Abraze Mill Ali with a very composed shape, blocking that one. Going straight on the ground just with that soft hand. Not trying a lot of things, just watching the ball and flicking it with soft hands. And with that single, he's off the mark. Samuel flicking that one also, and he will just keep the rotation alive. They're just chasing 90 in 300 deliveries. You just don't need to lose your wickets in quick succession. You can just keep the rotation going, and runs will just come as long as you manage to stay there for too long. 21 runs on the board after the loss of one just in 4 overs. It's Team Rwanda taking on Team Uganda. They are the closest neighbors in the tournament. Goes down the ground, and it's a misfield, and there is no fielder in the deep, and the boundary comes in.
When you look at that ball there from Rukundo, he bowled it too full and too close to Samuel Ahisiwe, making it easier for Samuel Ahisiwe to just drive through. Look at that one. He pitched it too full, and Ahisiwe somehow angling in his blade, but he manages to send it all the way to the boundary. Chipping in a dive was Fabrice Kwizera at mid-off. I beg your pardon, at mid-on, but not enough to cut off the boundary.
Loud appeal, and finger goes up. Samuel Ahisibe just tried to go for an uppercut, and he didn't get the connection he really wanted. He just created a chance for the wicketkeeper, and the wicketkeeper Nziza Jasper. Ivan, if you look closely, Nziza Jasper also tried to go for just a tap and go short, and he created a chance to Robert Owiri, who does no mistake, and Samuel Ahisibe just tried to go for an uppercut, and he lost it all together, and Uganda loses their second.
Yeah, you look at how the build-up for this wicket. Bowled one too full, driven for 4, and now bowled one which was drifting away from him. Samuel Ahisiwe managing that feather, and Uganda loses the second wicket. 25 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads now for Uganda. Samuel Ahisiwe quickly following his partner that he opened batting alongside with, Rubanga Kenny Ronald, and in walks Robert Owili.
Saying the name Robert Owili and not saying his statistics is like an insult. The man have scored 132 runs, which appear to be the best individual performance. Oh my lord! What's going on here at Gahanga Cricket International Stadium? Robert Owili, the man who has scored a century and proceeded with great individual performances here in ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. Today he is out without even going off the mark. Oh my lord, look at that. Great pitch of delivery, angling in. It's Rukundo Jean-Paul, and Uganda loses their third as Team Rwanda claims their third.
The celebration says it all. Back wickets there for Rukundo Jean-Paul. 2 wickets falling in similar fashion. Both of them feathering and playing to the slip cordon. Back wickets there. And now to face the hat-trick ball is a man who has been dismissed for Golden Ducks. But look at the celebration there from the fans who are supporting Rwanda here at the Gahanga main ground. Devansh Patel has one clear role to do to first make sure that he survives the hat-trick ball. He was dismissed for a Golden Duck against Ghana and against Mozambique. But now he comes in. And here we go for the hat-trick ball. Onto the helmet. A bit of a bouncer there. But he survives the hat-trick ball, and the umpire will call for the concussion test. And I tell you now, the Gahanga main ground is exploding. The fans have come out. What a delivery there from Rukundo.
Talking about Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel surviving that one. I think from that delivery, you can see the way the ball is angling in, because Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel were just trying to leave that delivery, but it angled in straight on it. Look at that. He just wants to go backward. And that happened back in days in the domestic league when it was the national team player of Uganda, Juma Miyaju, was just bowling straight to Daniel. Daniel also trying to dodge the delivery, but the delivery swinging in straight to his helmet. And it happened again when it's Jean-Paul Rukundo bowling to Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel. But in the very first place, he survived a hat-trick ball. But again, he's still not off the mark. The man have been struggling to just survive ducks and to go off the mark. And just 2 more legal deliveries from Jean-Paul Rukundo. What appeared to be simple is now getting tough. What appeared to be simple is now getting tough, I'm telling you. And now Rukundo Jean-Paul is the name here in Rwanda as the host are taking on the biggest rivalry here, the biggest opponent in the country.
Two dot balls and just a delivery remaining in this over. But I tell you, this over so disastrous for the Ugandans. It started off with a boundary, but 2 wickets fell in it, and this is the final ball to end it. Wall on top of the ball, Devansh Patel, and it is the end of the over. 5 overs gone, and 25 for 3 is the score.
Those are the fans. Fans are now, fan base is now building for Rukundo Jean-Paul. As we've said it, this is the game most of the people have been waiting for.
Then among the fans, there is another Rukundo Japo. There is another Rukundo Japo, the one who umpires for RCA. So him at the break, but Gihozo Elise is back. Starts with a full Yorker there, but it is a dot ball. This is a good plan. When you're strong bowling, you have to make sure that you keep bowling the good areas And this is what Eliso Gihozo is doing at the moment.
Now Nziza Jasper needs to be awake. Inside the edge. A chance. But Abresmil Ali was already, I beg your pardon, Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel was already inside the crease. I'm telling you, Ivan Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, the ball is following him. Look at that. Just few inches from being called a run out, as it was a straight hit.
Uganda taking the risk runs instead of just sticking around the crease. They're not chasing so many runs, so you don't want to be on pressure. Just hang around and keep grinding on. The runs will come your way. I wonder why Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel, and Abrez Mirali are putting themselves on some sorts of pressure instead of just hanging around. Well on top of the ball there, Devansh Patel. Proper skill, proper reading. But look at the way he was getting out previously. He was somehow rushing into playing the shots. But now he's held back and is backing himself up. Another dot ball there. Rwanda starting to put some sorts of pressure.
Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, who is fighting every single demon to go off the mark. Trying to flick that one, trying to catch the man at the shot fine leg sleeping. But everyone here is alert and awake, as this game really means a big thing in these qualifiers. And last delivery. Here we goes. And it's a wide delivery. Jozo Elise losing his line. Look at that, questioning himself. Oh dear Lord, how can I do that at this stage of the game? They are just defending a low total. They just don't need to be delivering those extras. Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel faces a whole rooted over without going off the mark. Now it's the end of over number 6. 27 runs on the board after the loss of 3. And that's the beautiful view of Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. And those pavilions indicate that it's Rwanda of Thousand Hills. And 63 runs required from 264 deliveries.
You can quickly say only 63 runs, but I tell you, Jean-Paul Rukundo is back into the attack for Rwanda. Picked up 2 wickets in the previous one, and he now returns to continue bowling here for Rwanda. Abresmir Ali is on strike, getting one off the pads, but it is a dot ball. Again, you see that there is some change in the bowling plan there for Rukundo. He got wickets with the balls that were drifting away because both of them were feathered. One being feathered by Samuel Ahaisibwe to the slip cordon, another being feathered away by Robert Owili. But now again, he's bowling those ones that are turning in for Abresmir Ali. Abrais has some good wrists, so he might quickly capitalize on those. That is the ball, but again, Abrais Ali caught fishing on the ball, and that is a bit risky because you can easily feather it away, and this is a good line here for Rukundo.
Talking about the wrist work, Abresmil Ali have displayed some sort of skills when it comes to use of the wrist. Now Jean-Paul Rukundo, the man who have just considered 16 runs, picking up 2 wickets, is back right on the attack. And Abresmil Ali trying to go off the strike, but the fielders, Elise Jozo, not giving him enough space to go off the strike. What seemed to be easy is now getting tough and difficult. Team Uganda being very good with the score, but again, they have lost 3 wickets in quick succession. Jean Paul Rukundo trying to pick up another cut away, and it's stopped by Jirem Gisha. And the Brace Mill Ari is off the strike, allowing Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, who have faced 7 deliveries without going off the mark, back on the crease. 28 runs on the scorecard after the loss of 3 and 2 more legal deliveries to go. Jean-Paul Kund driving that one, and it's driven straight into the hands of the fielder. Now things are getting hot as Team Rwanda, they are just trying to defend the total score they have set, which is 89 on the board. Into the block hole again. Abresmil Ali, who is just showing a good intent of rotating, but Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, who have not had a very good season.
Yeah, that was a good over for Rwanda. Just one run in need to try and make sure that they keep alive and keep the pressure on here. It is important for them to make sure that they continue bowling in the good areas. And when you look at the scorecard so far there for the Ugandans, sorry, that is the bowling card there for Rwanda so far. Rukundo, very unplayable, an economy of 4.25. He's picked up 2 wickets. And Elisa Gihozo, 1 wicket, but an economy of 3.33. These are good figures so far. 5 extras have so far been given away by Rwanda. Gihozo is back into the attack. So the one which he pitches a little full there to Abraiz Mary Ali, but it is a dot ball. And now I tell you, Uganda starting to put themselves on pressure, taking the risk runs, Abraiz Mary Ali and Devansh Patel, instead of just sticking around. Because it is a long game. You need to play some overs and make sure that you keep frustrating the fielding side and also get yourself into the game. Using the wrist there, Abraiz Mary Ali, and he'll take the single.
Now pressure is on. Every dot delivery is being celebrated. Every wicket is being celebrated. And I don't know the reason why Giozo Elise is losing his line and the length whenever it comes to Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel. When it comes to Abraiz Ali, he's just forcing him to pray deep in his crease, but Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, he is losing his lines. Right on the money. 30 runs on the board for Team Uganda. Just more 60 runs. Trying to go for a biggie, and there is a fielder back in the deep, and with that big shot, that good looking drive, Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel is off the mark after facing 11 deliveries. Abraiz Ali, the man who is looking very confident in the crease, is back into the block hole again. And that's the end of the over. Over number 8 is done. 31 on the board after the loss of 3 is Team Rwanda taking on Team Uganda. Drums are beating louder as the host. They have got a very huge fan base. And that's the batting card so far. Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, who is still in there, along with Abraiz Ali. Robert Owil going out just for a duck, caught by Jasper Nziza. It was Jean-Paul Rukundo and Samuel Ahasibe also being caught by Jasper and Ronald Rubangakene being bowled by Elise Gihozo. Jean-Paul Rukundo is back into the attack. . Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel on the strike. Here he goes. Another quick single by Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel. And here, Ivan, all I can see is that Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel is no longer pressuring himself to go for those biggies or whatevers. He's now converting those dot deliveries into singles, and that's what Uganda really needs at this stage of the game.
Yeah, well reading the game, Devansh Kumar Patel, to make sure that they just keep rotating the strike around. They know that a lot of responsibility relies on this current partnership here for Uganda. And if they lose another wicket, it means they will be adding more pressure to the incoming batters. So they need to make sure that they hang around and they continue finding runs. Make sure that they hang around, build a partnership, keep rotating the strike. Don't go for big shots. Just keep finding the singles and don't lose another wicket. And I tell you, if they keep hanging around, even the bowler will get frustrated.
Ismail Ali, who seems to be carrying the game on his back, because you can see that Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel just playing on the pressure of surviving, playing that one, trying to cut it, but it was just played straight to Onesme Kwizera, who's right in the covers. Rukundo Jampo putting up some fight, trying to fight back. Tapping that one straight to the third man. And with that fumble, Ismail Ali was already halfway there to come back on the strike. And now if Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel can also play with pressure off, I'm telling you, this can be one of the easiest tasks that Team Uganda is going to have in these qualifiers. But if they just keep to play with pressure on, I'm telling you, it's going to be a huge, difficult task. Third man in and long on in the place. Seems like they are going to allow Vansh Kumar Ritesh Patel to hit the ball. He plays that one in the gap and he finds no extra covers in the place. And it's a boundary. Jean Paul Rukundo bowling against his own plan. Right after placing long on in the place, he offered enough width to Patel to cut that one. I thought that he was just going to deliver some full toss or full deliveries so that Ritesh Patel can just have the will of playing straight on the onside or on the long on. But again, it happens. And with that boundary, it marks the end of over number 9. As Uganda, they are just getting close to 40s. And there is change. There is change in bowling attack. As Eric Agenimana comes to bowl, comes to replace Elise Gihozo. Now there is extra covers and long off in the place. Right after suffering from that boundary of Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, where there was no extra covers, they are now placing him in the place. And again, you can't just arrange the fielders according to what happened in the past, in the previous deliveries. You just have to stick on your plan. Into the block hole again.
Yeah, Devansh Kumar Patel and Abrais Miri Ali playing a crucial role, making sure that they somehow bring some bit of stability. Making sure that Uganda doesn't lose any other wicket, because when you lose a wicket, another wicket here, it means that you're sending more pressure to the rest of the batters. So now these two, Devansh Kumar Patel and Abrais Miri Ali, have understood that they will have to hang around and make sure that Uganda gets some bit of a stable innings, trying to take off quickly, but sent back by his partner. Devansh Patel again looking to be in a rush. Went to play leg side. The ball was fielded, but he thought there was chance to take the run, but he was quickly sent back. A dot ball. One more to play in this over. Eric Hajedimana, the bowler who replaced Gihozo, also bowling some tight lines, a bit short, but that fumble will give them the run. 2 runs in his first over, Eric Hajedimana. And as we come to the end of the first power play, Uganda is 39 for a loss of 3 after 10 overs.
It is a Gihozo comes into the attack again from different ends, as he will be replacing Jean-Paul Rukundo.
They are now Rwanda understanding that if they can use 2 spinners from both ends, they have a chance of creating some bit of pressure. And now that the power play has ended, the first power play, they can have some bit of more protection. The only issue for Gihozo has been the wides. We look at the extras column, 6, and all of them going to Rukundo. Touch and go. They sneak through for another run. Not something I'd love to send 50 overs cricket, Enoch. It is a game where you have all the time to play all the shots. You can even afford to block 10 overs. But every time you start playing those risky runs, risky shots, and taking risky runs, you may end up leading yourself into trouble. Long straight there, but it is a dot ball. Yeah, the fans is starting to sing that Gihozo Turamufana, meaning we support Gihozo or we are rallying behind him. The fans knowing that it is important for them to keep motivating the boys. If Rwanda is to pick up something from this match, heading into this game, Uganda unbeaten and Rwanda with only 1 loss against Nigeria. But Rwanda, a team that believes and comes into the game with a lot of hope that they can cause an upset. A little fall, and he uses the wrist very nicely there, Devansh Kumar Patel, to pick up the single. But again, the issue for me with that shot is that the shot is not in properly in the V. Make sure that you are aligning with the full face of the bat. But every time you start using your wrist, when you look at the way Devansh Patel, Abrais Miri Ali got out against Sierra Leone, he wanted to play a similar shot. Picks up the length and deposits it onto the bunkers. Devansh Kumar Patel losing his anger. A tossed up delivery there from Elisa Gihozo, and Devansh sends it all the way to the bunkers for a maximum. 11 overs gone, and 48 for 3 is the score.
Eric Ajenimana back into the attack from the airport end. Something I've liked about Abreu is the way he really stays composed, no pressure or not whatever. But Abreu Ali can just stay there facing dot deliveries and I can stay composed and even focused. But Divansh Kumar Ritesh Patel, he can't hold himself just for too long. The moment he finds that you are dominating, he just tries to take over, and that's where the bowlers takes the great advantage.
This ground here, the Gahanga main ground, is a very good surface that can facilitate any form of fielding and diving. There's a chance to run because Onesime Kwizera chips in the dive, but he was happy to stop the ball instead of getting hold onto it. And Uganda takes another run against the current play. Bring up the 50 runs. Plays it late, but there is some good effort there behind the square from Jean-Paul Rukundo, putting the dive down and cutting it off only to a single. Not a good shot there from Abreu Ali. He played it late, but didn't time it well. Plays the cut shot, a late cut, and takes the single to bring the over to an end. 4 runs in the over, and after 12, 52 for a loss of 3 is the score.
Introduction of a new bowler, Jude Mugisha, comes into the attack. A chance and a chance went begging, if I can say. Jude Mugisha just targeting the middle stump, and Divansh Kumar Ritesh Patel trying to flick, but the ball got an edge and it went straight up. It was just a chance, and those chances don't come twice. Pulled away and pulled away with power, and it's going to be another maximum from Divansh Kumar Ritesh Patel. The man is leaving some signatures here in ICC Under-19 World Cup qualifiers.
He needed an innings to get going, and Devansh Patel, after surviving the hat-trick ball, now he is enjoying his time at the crease. When you look at that delivery there, the first delivery of the over was a slow pitch delivery there from Mugisha, and Abreu Ali trying to drive it, nearly gave out to the catch. But again, now he's gone to bowl extra space, but again bowling it short. And because Devansh Patel is so good with the pull shot, he was working on it towards the end of last year. He went to an academy in India to work on one of those shots, the pull shot. So when he says the ball hit backward of the length, he manages to just add some batter to it and sends it all the way to the boundary for a maximum. Goes again. He didn't time it well, but they are running well. And they'll pick up the double. Devansh Patel and Abrazmir Ali starting to restore sanity here. Wickets were tumbling, and somehow you felt that the game had started swinging away from Uganda. Uganda had a very good first innings. They wanted to select to bowl first. Bowled out Rwanda for just 98 runs. It means you've already won the first half of the game, or the first innings of the game. So now when they return, they just have to make sure that they continue picking it up from where they had left it. Kisha needs to continue bowling that good length, but maybe try and look at that fourth stump. That should be a no ball. The ball way above the waist. Devansh Patel was interested in taking the second run to enjoy the free hit, but Abrizmir Ali tells him, hold your horses. I also would love to enjoy it. The extras have been the issue for Rwanda at the moment. Many extras when you're defending a portrait toto. And now this will be another chance for Uganda to capitalize. Someone in the dugout saying Mwambali. But this is the free hit. Abrazmir Ali on strike. Hits it. One bounce. 4 runs. Got down on one knee. And just made sure that he aligns it down to the deep square leg boundary to pick up 4 more for Uganda.
Everyone is happy from the dugout of Uganda. A chance it was going to be a direct hit, but Abrazmir Ali trying to come down. Here, Ivan is the. You can see Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel is in a hurry, if I can say.
If these two batters were playing like this Enoch in a T20 game, I would not have any issue because T20 is about taking risk. No risk, no glory. But again, in a long game, we're just into the 12th over. Sorry, the 13th over. It means they're having more than 30 overs to play. So these two boys need to be patient. Fine, it is okay to try and kill off the game quickly, go and rest because the team will be traveling back to Uganda tomorrow, early in the morning. So it is okay, but then you have a lot of time. You have enough time. You're not in a rush. You're not going anywhere after the game. You could even afford to just play and hang around whole day. But again, they have been somehow rushing. We've come to the end of over number 12, and the scoreboard reads 66 for 3. But the issue now for me in this game, Rwanda, they have so far bowled 8 extras, and those extras are very many if you're defending a portrait toto. From the IPRC Cricket Oval, Ghana defeated Mozambique. Mozambique wanted to selected to bat first, but they managed only 56 all out. Ghana chasing those ones without losing any wicket. Rike Hajenimana is back into the attack.
Cut away and it's racing all the way to the boundary, finding up a fielder there in the Samis field, and Abrazmir Ali is just ranked come back for the second one, but Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel trying to share the strike, and he's also going for another quick single. "21 runs required in 219 deliveries. And the way they are just playing, it doesn't seem like, I mean, it just seems like they do need a huge total, but they are just playing. They're in a hurry and they are rushing. And they picks up a double again. Now let us see how these young guys are going to finish this up.
A good passage of play here for Uganda. 16 of 31 for Abrazmir Ali and Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel on 27 of 29. 71 for 3 Uganda. This is good cricket now being played by Abrazmir Ali. When you're playing a long format game, you don't want to show that you're in a rush. Take your time, grind and milk the runs. So this is what Abraz had to keep at the back of his head. 5 runs in the over, and after 14, 71 for 3 is the score. Bowling change for Rwanda. There's an appeal and it is given by the umpire. The new bowler comes into the attack, Bruce Mugisha Izere, and he writes his name into the wickets column. Devansh Kumar Patel dropped LBW. And it is the 4th wicket that goes for Uganda, 71 for 4. Rwanda keeping themselves alive in the game. That ball, they had shuffled too much. And the ball keeping low on that occasion. Given, and out he walks. The positives here for Devansh Kumar Patel is that he has somehow found his name into the runs column. He's not had a very good tournament, but he's made sure that he comes out and makes sure that he brings it close for Uganda. The man with the yellow headband makes his way to the middle. Richard Sohera at the back of a player of match performance in the previous game. Richard makes his way to the middle for Uganda. Balls right and bats left. Richard Sohera gets off the mark right away. Misfield will give them a chance to pick the extra run, but very, very risky. There were hesitations between Richard Sohera and Abrazmir Ali. But in the end, he will take the double, though that was risky. You may easily give out your wicket to the opposition.
Blocking that one with soft hands. Just got all three legal deliveries to be played from this over of Mugisha. Keeper is the call, but we've witnessed many misfields from Ugandan fielders.
Uganda still needs 16 runs to pick up the win, and that single will make it 15 needed for the win. Mary Ali Abra is very, very good with the wrist. Just that when he tried to flick one past the fielder at mid wicket in the game of Sierra Leone, it was well caught. $75 for 4 after 15 overs is the score. 3 of 3 for Richard Sohera and 17 of 35 for Abraiz Mary Ali. A bowling change for Rwanda. Enrique Hajinman out of the attack, and Elise Gihozo is back. Returns with the dot ball. 1 wicket for 22 runs earlier on in his spell, and now he returns. Uganda still needing only 15 runs for the win. Playing on the back foot, but playing it into the gap towards square leg. And Mirali Abraiz will take the run. Trying to get it into the gap. Richard Sohera, but finds the fielder. Another dot ball. The field setup for Elisa Gihozo, keeping all the other fielders apart from 2 outside. Extra cover and longer on. An interesting field setup to make sure that they keep the pressure. Rwanda, a game that Rwanda needed to win to make sure that they give some bit of happiness to the home fans. It's a packed GAHANGA ground. Not only does it give happiness to the home fans, but because the women's under 19 team of Rwanda is watching, it gives them motivation as they get ready to go to Tanzania. Not so many months ago, not so many weeks ago from now, where they will be playing into the ICC Africa Division 1 qualifiers. Rwanda played in the first ever Women's World Cup representing the African region after winning that qualifier, which happened in Botswana in 2022. So clearly, every time you get achievement somewhere, you feel like you need to make sure that you get the same mark again. But we've come to the end of over number 16, and the score is 76-4. Bruce Mugisha Izera is back into the attack. Fine figures there for him. A wicket and 4 runs in his first over. From the India-Sri Lanka test, David Padikkal has scored a century for India. India losing only 1 wicket, and it was Yashasvi Jaiswal who got run out. And from Darwin, Australia is in trouble. They have lost 4 wickets already, and they still trail in that test match against Bangladesh. They've lost a wicket, and they still trail by 67 runs. But they will be happy that Stephen Smith is still at the crease. It's still going to start off over number 17 and reducing what Uganda needs for the win. Richard Zohera trying to hit but swinging hard, though he doesn't manage to make any timing. Touch and go. And Zohera takes another single. I tell you, if Rwanda had gotten maybe 150 runs, when you look at their bowling display so far, you start feeling that maybe they had a very big chance of winning the match. From Tanzania, where Uganda senior men's team is taking part in the Challenge League B, Singapore posted 175 in 4 overs, and Uganda is yet to bat in that game. Uganda coming into the game at back-to-back losses, losing 1 to Italy and another to Hong Kong, China. And they need to make sure that they keep in the top 2 places if they are to advance to the next qualification round. $11 more needed for Uganda to pick up the win here at the Gahanga main ground. Good use of the wrist there from Richard Zohera to pick up another single. The dugout for Uganda understanding how important it is to give your partners who are inside some bit of support. End of the 17th, 8-4 is the score, and more 10 runs needed in 188 balls for Uganda to pick up the win and remain unbeaten in this tournament. Gihozo Elise is back into the attack for Rwanda. From the edge of the bat, no, the umpire says the batter just grounded. So the celebration from Nziza Jasper will momentarily be put at pause. Dotbo scored there. Even though this result doesn't go in the favor of Rwanda, Enoch, Rwanda will have something to smile about for. Because last time they went for the qualifier in Tanzania, the Div 2 qualifier, in the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup qualifier. They never managed to make it to the Division 1 qualifiers after losing to Sierra Leone. It was a low-scoring thriller, but Rwanda, unfortunately, not qualifying to the next round. But at home, they defeated Ghana to make sure that they seal their spot in the top 3 and advance the next round of qualification. And if they continue grinding and working, they stand another chance of maybe advancing as the lone team which will go into the World Cup. 200 balls to start off this over. Going for the sweep shot. It is his conventional shot, Richard Sohera. And he will pick up the boundary. The boundary means that now Uganda needs only 6 runs to pick up the win. Didn't play it with a lot of timing and precision, but he's managed to get it to the boundary. Played it late. And the wicketkeeper and captain Jasper Nsisa not happy by that deliver there from Elisa Gihozo. He told him, stick on the plan, keep bowling outside of stump for the lefty, because when you bowl it to the borderline, it becomes easy for him to pick. Uganda needs only 6 runs to pick up this win and remain unbeaten.
Everyone is now in the place. There is deep mid wicket and there is long on in the place. I beg your pardon, it's long off and deep extra covers. Richard Serra previously he came in when they needed 12 and he just scored back-to-back boundaries and he went back. Now they are in a need of maximum. Now let us see how he's going to finish this. Can this be the over? It is a Gyozo. Into the block hole, and it's the end of over number 18. 4 runs on the board after the loss of 4. It's Rwanda taking on Team Uganda. Samuel Ndayishimiye into the attack. Just 6 runs for Uganda to stay unbeaten. Tapping on that one, and it will race all the way to the ICC board. And a boundary comes in. Now just 1 run for Uganda to tie the game. Ismail Ali moves to 24 off 41. Samuel Ndayishimiye not getting a very warm welcome. Just 2 runs for Team Uganda to win and just 1 run to tie the game. Here he goes. Playing that one and played straight to the man at point.
He's been a busy man, Mugisha Jele, despite putting down 1. But I tell you, point is not a very easy position to field because the ball is always spinning off the bat. So need to make sure that you're 2 down and you're always reading the balls. Uganda just 2 runs away from picking up the win and remain unbeaten in the tournament. Samuel Ndaishimie in the attack there for Rwanda. Welcome to the boundary, but he's adjusted his lines and is now bowling it outside off stump and making sure that it doesn't become too easy and obvious for the Ugandans to pick up the win. A bit short and played late by Abraham Mirali to level the scores. Uganda now in need of just one run to seal the victory. They've lost some early wickets, but Rwanda not capitalizing on that opportunity. Every time the team is losing wickets and you keep too much pressure and keep finding the wickets, you stand a very big chance of picking up the win. And if Rwanda had gotten maybe to 150, 170, look at their bowling display so far, it was going to be a little hard for Uganda to pick up the win. All the fielders are coming inside the 30, but the game is having the scores level and Uganda needs just one run to pick up the victory and advance as champions to the Division 1, because they'll be joining Nigeria, Kenya and Tanzania. I beg your pardon, they'll be joining Namibia, Kenya and Tanzania. That is the run and the end of the game. Uganda picking up a 6 wickets victory in this one. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first, and they managed to bowl out Rwanda for just 89 runs in 28.4 overs. And in response, Uganda losing some other wickets, but in the end holding nerve and picking up the win by 6 wickets. And that's the batting card there for the Ugandans. Abrezmiri Ali unbeaten on 25 of 44. Richard Sohera 10 of 17. Devansh Patel 27 of 30. 8 extras given away by Rwanda. Very many if you're defending your portrait total. But in the end, Uganda winning the game. The bowling card for the under-19 team of Rwanda. 2 wickets for Jean-Paul Rukundo. Ale wickets. Elisa Gehoza chipped in with a single wicket. And Israel Mugisha Bruce also got 1 wicket. But this 4 not enough for the home side to pick up the win. Match summary. Uganda won the toss and elected to bowl first. Fabrice Kwizera opened the batting and managed to hang around. 26 of 60. Enrique Hajanimana 17 of 39. Onesme Kwizera 16 of 19. The bowling card for the Ugandan is 4 wickets for Jackson Asiku for 23 runs in 9 overs. Larry Elton Atagi also picked up 3 for 17 in 6.4. Whereas Felix Ochan picked up only a single wicket. A little expensive 22 in his 3. But in response, Devansh Kumar Patel 27 of 30. Abrezmiri Ali 25 of 44. And 13 of 11 for Daniel Alex Lubanga Kenny. 2 for Jean-Paul Rukundo for 23 in 5. And 1 for 27, Elise Gihozo in 7 overs. Bruce Israel Mugisha bowled 2 overs, conceded 8 and picked up a single wicket. But in the end, the under-19 team of Uganda winning the game and remaining unbeaten. They win the tournament as well and will proceed as champions. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, but make sure that you don't go anywhere because Enoch Gasana will be coming to you shortly with the post-match presentation. So make sure you hang around to hear what the captains will say on this game plus the player of match. There will also be a closing ceremony later in the day, so don't go anywhere.
Respect. 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 respect, 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 Respect. 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 Respect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match presentation of ICC Under 19 Men's World Cup Africa Division 2 qualifiers, and today it's the day 5 and the last day of the qualifiers, as Team Rwanda, the host, was taking on Team Uganda. Team Uganda stays unbeaten after playing 5 games. They are still unbeaten and unshaken. Team Rwanda, they have lost one to Nigeria, and today they have also lost one to Team Uganda. I would like to call upon Ziza Jasper, the captain of Team Rwanda. Ziza Jasper, I would like to say congratulations first of all for qualifying to Division 1. But again, I would like to say hard luck at the post. You have just said that it seems like even though you have lost, the thing still went in your favor because you wanted to bat first and you came in and you batted first. What can you say about the total that you have set?
Yeah, thank you first of all. Yeah, we really qualified, and that's a good thing. We come to this tournament. We wanted, yeah. About this game, I wanted to set 250 and above, but it didn't come in our favor. We set maybe 89. Yeah, that was a low total score to defend, but we come with the energy, believing we can defend it, and we took the 3 wickets early, and we believe it. The game is in our hand, but the batters come and managed to chase it. Yeah.
If I can ask, who was like a very big threat to your team in this innings?
For batting side of Uganda,
yes,
is the Robert Willie. We take his wicket, and we thought we're gonna take Uganda. Yeah.
And fortunately, Abrazmil Ali, along with Richard Sohera, Divansh Ritesh Patel, they just came in and took over. Among those three, Divansh Ritesh Patel, Abrazmil Ali, even others, who do you give some credit for Team Uganda to take away this victory from you?
I would give it to the man who was hitting the six. I don't know to defend them because he's too Indian. Yeah. I don't know who is the Patel and who's Abraz, but it's number 62. Yeah, I would give him the credit.
Okay, all the best, captain, even in the Division 1, and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was it from the captain of Team Rwanda. Even though they have lost to Team Uganda today, but they have been promoted to Division 1. And I would like to call upon the captain of the team, which is unshaken and unbeaten, Daniel Rubangakene Alex for Team Uganda. Daniel, I would like to keep it short, not only for this game. Please take us through the qualifiers.
Yeah, it was very simple for us. Just qualify for Division 1 and qualify again for World Cup. Yeah, that's how we were playing. We were not supposed to be in this Division 2. This is not where we are supposed to be. Yeah.
I've heard that statement so many times. Why do you think that you don't belong here? Because you have seen some teams putting up some challenges, some big challenges. Why do you often think that you don't belong here?
We don't belong here because this is not where we are supposed to be. Yeah. Because all of the guys who have played under 19 for Uganda, they have all been qualifying, and yeah, this is not where we are supposed to be.
Okay, back to this game. The moment when Robert O'Will have been playing well for your side, and the moment he just came in and he went out for a duck, was there any feeling that maybe we are losing this game?
And there is no anything that we are losing because we know we have solid bats that are there as our backups. Yeah.
Was there any moment that you ever felt like we are losing this game throughout the whole innings?
And no, there is no anything that we are going to lose this game because we know that we have come to qualify. We have not come to lose any game here in this tournament.
Any message to the board of Ugandans who have been following you guys coming here, starting the tournament and leaving unbeaten?
Just what the message that I can send to them is I thank them for their support that they have given us. Wish them, as we are going forward for Division 1 again, I just wish them they support us again.
Last message to the coaching staff.
Yeah, I want to thank the coaching staff because they have been with us. They have been advising us on each and every game that we have played. Yeah, I want to thank them for everything that they've done for us, and they have made us glorious through this tournament. Thank you.
Last but not least, please leave a message to the host, Rwanda, Rwanda Cricket Association?
Yeah, I want to thank Rwanda's team for hosting us. It was really a very good stay here with the Rwandan team, and we want our friendship to continue like that as we go on. Yeah.
All the best in Division 1, Captain.
Thank you.
That was it from two captains, and we are now coming to the moment of player of the match, and he's the player who have bowled in 9 overs, picked 2 maidens, and conceded 23 runs, picking up 4 wickets, and he's the man wearing the Ugandan flags, and he is Jackson Asiku. Please get closer, and I would like to call upon the third umpire to come over and give out the award. Jackson, congratulations. How does it feel being the player of the match on the very last game?
Yeah, hopefully, I feel so happy. Although I was struggling from somewhere since first game, picked 1 wicket, the second time 3-2. By now I managed to come back and play and pick 4 wickets against Rwanda in this game, and I'm so very happy. For that we have qualified for Division 1. What I can promise for our supporters and those guys at home that we shall do our best in Division 1. This is just the start. That's what I can tell you.
At the moment he was sitting in the dugout and watching Robert O'Willy falling off, watching Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel not doing very well, even Ismail Ali, even Lona Dirwanga. Was there any feeling that, oh my God, we are going to lose this game?
Yeah, hopefully I got some fear because our big hitter was got out and Abrezali came up, stood up. But I was coming back on behind because I can also bat for the team. I'm all around on the team. That's all.
Okay, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. What I can tell the team for Rwanda, this is a message for me. So it has been a good challenge for us because since we ever played in May in Entebbe, they gave us a challenge and they managed to win against us. It was the last game and they stood up and we scored 90 all out, and I also chased our scores. So for me, this I can take it like say revenge for us because we also they said also, and for us we managed to come and chase out the scores. Thank you, sir.
All the best in Division 1.
Thank you.
That was it for the post-match presentation, and it is ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. Team Uganda stays unbeaten, and it was Team Rwanda taking on Team Uganda. Team Uganda have won by 6 wickets.